Was there anything else regarding that hole that made you believe it to be a gunshot hole?
I do on the backside.
And when you say on the backside, is that on the inside of the door?
Yeah, on the inside of the door.
Okay.
The way the wood was displaced.
We've been going about an hour and a half or thereabouts, and you probably need to take a comfort break. We're going to take 15 minutes and then come back, okay? All right, we're in recess. We summon our witness, please.
Chief.
You have 10 seconds, I just put on the record that case that Mr. Allen was cited.
Hold on. Sir, Mr. Detective Kurtman, can you step back for just a second, please? All right, you got 10 seconds.
Thank you, sir. It was earlier, it was the patent court confrontation clause, as well as hearsay, and it's KAMUSOKO versus state, Your Honor, it's 362 Georgia Appeal 276, and that is footnote 3 and 2022.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Summon our witness, please. Thanks, sir. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir. Can you fix it? Okay. Brown, don't do that. Don't do that, please. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right. All right, so you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. When we were last looking, we were looking at 3 alpha alpha. Now I want to look or focus or go to 6 alpha alpha and then 7 alpha alpha. So first 6, is that a closer picture of the defect that you identify as a bullet hole in 6 alpha alpha?
It is.
All right. And the 7 alpha alpha, is that a close up?
It is.
All right. Now I want to look at 8 alpha alpha. What, if anything, was significant, or why did you have the crime team take the picture that was an 8 alpha alpha?
This defect with the wood peeled off, and that indication is directly on the other side of the door of where the previous picture's defect was, which I identified as a bullet hole.
And 9 alpha alpha, is that a close up of that particular defect that you saw on the back of that door?
It is.
All right. Now looking at 10 alpha alpha and 11 alpha alpha. What, if anything, why did you have the crime scene technician take pictures of 10 and 11 Alpha Alpha?
May I go back to here?
Yes.
All right, what we're looking at here is apartment D, Miss Bennett's apartment. The front door, that's the window right to the right of her front door. This window, this is a picture of that window with an obvious defect in the window.
And did you determine what type of defect, or let me ask you, based on your knowledge and training, was there any significance about that particular defect?
Based on my knowledge and training, this defect appeared to be from a bullet and a bullet hole.
Okay. And have you seen bullet holes that look like that previously?
Yes.
And is that over your 24 years of experience?
Correct.
All right. Now looking at 12 Alpha Alpha and 13 Alpha Alpha. Do you see that window or the other side of that window in 13 Alpha Alpha?
Yes. Right here is the inside of the window, and right there by the full core tag is the defect.
Okay. Now looking at 15, and let me ask you this, do you recall back in 2013, it appears that a portion of that shade is open? Do you remember if that was how the crime scene you and the crime scene found it? Do you recall?
Right. If it was any different than what it is right now with that defect, we would have taken a picture of it first before doing any manipulation.
Okay.
Due to the fact that there's no prior picture, this would be the way we found the window shade to be.
Okay. All right. So now looking at 14 Alpha Alpha as a close-up. And does it appear that most of the windows are closed except for that portion that's kind of open in 14 Alpha Alpha?
Yes, all the windows closed except for the portion where the defect is.
And now looking at 15 Alpha Alpha and 16 Alpha Alpha. Why did you have crime scene take a picture of 15 and 16 Alpha Alpha?
Because this is a shot of the defect after we manipulated by pulling up the slides.
Okay.
I mean the shades, the slides, the shades.
All right. Now I want to look, kind of want to skip to 21 Alpha Alpha. Excuse me, first 20 Alpha Alpha. No, 20. Where on your diagram is 20 Alpha Alpha?
This would be these closets right around here.
Okay. And then 21 Alpha Alpha?
Same closet, different angle, right around here.
Okay. And in relation to the window, where was that in relation to the window?
They would be on a wall, like right around here to the window, maybe.
And in 20 Alpha Alpha and 21 Alpha Alpha, what, if anything, was significant why you had the crime scene tech take pictures of 20 Alpha Alpha and 21 Alpha Alpha?
This is what, also, for my training, knowledge, and experience, this is what I considered a bullet hole, entered the wall and skipped along the door.
Okay. You said into the wall, and how, what made you?
Objection, foundation.
Stand the objection.
Okay. But based on your knowledge and experience, you said it hit the wall and did a trap.
Yes.
Objection, same objection.
You
I
just,
stand the objection.
now I want to go back to State's Exhibit 17 Alpha Alpha and 18 Alpha Alpha. First, in 17 Alpha Alpha, what, if anything, were you depicting in 17 Alpha Alpha? And then, yeah,
So this is, the living room. This is Miss Bennett's, well, this was Miss Bennett's living room couch back in 2013. This is a defect she showed me up here, what she said was fired the day of her robbery, which was 5/12 of 2013, fired from her Keltec pistol from DK into her wall right there.
and was she able to distinguish that hole that happened on May 12th, 2013 from what happened at about 4 o'clock a.m. on May 13th, 2013?
Yeah, Miss Bennett's statement to me was that during the robbery, the day before on the 12th, only one round was fired inside her house. That was from her stolen pistol fired by DK, behind her couch to her living room wall, which is depicted by that photograph and that defect.
And was she able to say anything about what was depicted in State's Exhibits 15 Alpha, 14 through 16 Alpha?
These were, I don't remember if she told me that these were specifically when they came back and fired, only that the one on the couch was the only one fired when the robbery occurred.
Okay. All right. Do you recall sitting here now if she remembered having that hole in her window when she left her apartment to go to the hotel?
I don't remember if she specifically told me that those are the ones that happened the morning before. Only that she specifically pointed out the one above the couch.
Okay. And looking at 23 Alpha, what was significant about 23 Alpha?
Like we talked about earlier, and this is, Ms. Bennett told me she had a picture of DK and Thug on her phone. She showed it to me, and this is her holding her phone. And this picture, if I remember correctly, she was holding it, and our crime scene technician snapped a copy of the photo of the two people she said were involved in the robbery on 5/12.
And sitting here today, do you remember which person was Thug and which person was DK?
I don't remember which one she told me was who.
Now, while you were at her apartment complex, let's first talk about inside the apartment. Did you find any projectiles?
Let's see.
Yes, you have a seat.
All right. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you were inside of her apartment, did you find any projectiles?
I did not.
Did you find any shell casings?
I did not.
Was that surprising for you?
No, not in particular.
Why not?
One for inside. Only one round was fired, she said, from inside the apartment. That was from the day prior. Anything could have happened to the shell casing. It could have got kicked around. It could have got picked up. I don't know, but it's not uncommon that in my 24 years of went to shooting scenes and not found projectiles or casings.
And as far as outside, did you look for or find any shell casings or projectiles outside of the apartment?
I did look for shell casing projectiles. I did not find any.
And again, based on your knowledge and experience, was that uncommon or surprising for you?
Not surprising or uncommon.
Why is that?
Just one where we were dealing with several hours of time frame between the reported time and when I arrived to the crime scene. So, like I said, they could have been picked up, moved, blown away by landscapers who, any numerous things could have happened.
Were you able to canvass the area?
I did.
And without telling me anything that anyone said, were you able to speak with witnesses on the scene?
I did.
Were they able to give you information that assisted in your
Objection
investigation?
I sustain the objection.
I'm not asking any here. I
I
don't.
sustain the objection.
Were you provided information that was assisted you in your investigation?
Objection.
I sustain the objection.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with a,
It's not what who he spoke with is not
Someone
hearsay.
says their name, they're saying something that's hearsay.
Your Honor, we don't
I'm gonna-
believe anyone gave their name.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, and you can't testify either. So I'm gonna sustain the objection. Let's move on. I've already ruled on this anyways.
After you canvassed the area, you spoke with witnesses. Did that conclude your investigation on that day?
it did.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When you were out there, the crime scene tech, did they come in a crime scene van?
They did.
Okay. And would that crime scene van have been parked outside?
It would have.
While you were out there, did any residents approach you to give any reports about any shootings?
They did.
Okay, excuse me. About the entire building being shot up, the entire
Your Honor,
complex?
I'm going to object this.
I sustain the objection.
Were there any 911 calls outside the CAD report that you discussed earlier?
Not to my knowledge.
After May 13th, did you attempt to make contact with Ms. Bennett again?
I did.
When did you try and make contact with her?
It's a couple days after. It was either I think it was May 16th. Or can I look at it?
Sure,
It's
let me
either-
know if that report tells us if you need another report.
No, I need a copy of my case notes.
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 59 Alpha Alpha. Does looking at Stacy Exhibit 59 Alpha Alpha help refresh your memory as to when you made contact with Ms. Bennett again?
Yeah, I called on May 19th around 10:20 a.m. and left her a message.
Okay. And did she ever return your phone call?
She did not.
Did you try to make contact with her again?
I did not.
On May 12th or May 13th, did you get any other reports of any shootings at Trusted Street Apartments?
I did not.
Now, were you ever able to identify any of the individuals, Thug, DK, or Thug's brother?
I was.
Who were you able to identify?
I was able to identify Thug as Jeffrey Williams.
Now, after being able to identify Thug as Jeffrey Williams, did you eventually close this case?
I did,
Why did you close the case?
because failure to contact Miss Bennett to do a follow-up investigation.
Now, in your report, did you make any determinations about Ms. Bennett as the reason why you closed the report?
I said in my report that it seems that she was being not completely truthful and that she cannot be located for a follow-up investigation.
Now, did you put why you believed her to be not completely truthful?
I did not.
Okay. Today, do you recall as to why you may have put that she was not completely truthful?
I do not.
I know you said you didn't call her. By any chance, did you ever go back out to the apartment complex to see if she was still residing at the apartment location?
I did not.
Any reason why you did not go back out to the apartment complex?
Just caseload, busy.
Did you ever try to make contact with the leasing agent to see if she still resided at the apartment complex?
I did not.
Were you ever able to determine if she had gotten a new cell phone or a new cell phone number?
I did not.
And were you ever able to call the telephone number in which she said that the suspects were calling from?
I don't recall doing that, no.
And I know you just talked about caseload. Was that the reason why you didn't do some of these other things?
At the time, I would have given Miss Bennett my contact information, my number, my email address, along with her report number. It would have been very easy for her to have contacted me. I also called and left her a message. The follow-up investigation on this would be after the second victim contact, where I would have brought her in. We did a formal interview, recorded. So this, when she did not contact me or return my call, excuse me. To be quite honest and to be candid, this was put on the back burner and I had to move on and investigate other crimes.
And based upon what she told you about, at least what happened on May 12th, was that bullet hole in her couch consistent with what she had told you about what happened to her on May 12th?
Yes, it was.
Court's indulgence for a moment. Let me ask you this, Investigator Kirkman. In your years of experience, is it uncommon for victims of crimes to not respond after reporting a crime?
Objection, relevance.
I stand in objection.
did the fact that Ms. Kirkman told you that they called and apologized to her, did that have any bearing on your investigation?
That Ms. Bennett called and said they apologized?
No, that the individuals who stole her phone called her and apologized. Did that have any bearing on your investigation?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, given that it's 12:15 in the lunchtime hour, why don't we take an hour for lunch and have everybody come back for 1:15? Okay? Investigator Kirkman, if we can get you to come back for 1:15, we'll continue examination at that time. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm gonna release you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back at 1:15, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury's left us. We'll see you at 1:15.
Correct.
One of the last things that you said to this jury was that the case was closed because you found Miss Bennett to be, in your words, not truthful, correct?
That is what I wrote. That is
Okay,
correct.
well, and that's what you meant, right?
Yes,
Okay. You have been an officer with APD for 24 years, if I heard you correctly.
correct.
You have conducted numerous investigations.
That is correct.
You have had occasion to speak to hundreds and hundreds of witnesses, I presume.
Yes, if not thousands.
Thousands.
If not, maybe. We'll hundreds.
Well, you've investigated hundreds of cases, that would be fair to
Yes.
say. You have dealt with all sorts of folks and all sorts of allegations. Right?
Correct.
All right. This case, at least, and you've been referring to it as the crime, but in reality, what it was an allegation made by Archillian Bennett, true?
It was a reported crime by Miss Bennett,
Right.
backed up by some, what I presume to be gunshot holes and other things, and some witnesses' statements.
Okay, so we're going to talk about what you saw and what you observed. But it is true that in any investigation, you rely upon physical evidence, true?
That's correct.
But you also rely upon what is told to you by a witness, correct?
Correct.
You would rely upon what is told to you by someone who calls themselves a victim, true?
Absolutely.
In this case, Archillian Bennett called herself a victim, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, it is important to test the statements made by any witness, right?
Correct.
Because the reality is, what you do is important. You're doing an important job investigating crimes, correct?
Yes.
An allegation of armed robbery is serious. It's a serious crime.
Yes. In my opinion, it is. Yes.
An allegation of a shooting or an aggravated assault is a serious crime.
Absolutely.
And what you do not want to do as an investigator is you don't want to charge someone with a crime if the person making the allegation has not been truthful, correct?
I don't want to charge a person with a crime if the evidence is not there.
Right.
That's always been my biggest fear, is to charge somebody who didn't do something. So I try to carefully weigh what I have, what's known to me, and make a judgment call based on probable cause.
Right. And of course, one of the items of evidence that you rely upon in making that very important decision is what you consider to be the trustworthiness of a witness or a victim. True?
It is, but this was the initial call out. That's only the beginning of what a complete investigation would be on my part.
Understood.
So getting to the teeth of stuff and the trustworthiness and the actual proving one way or another, in my mind, would be done later on in the investigation. If Miss Bennett and I would have connected again and had a formal interview recorded, documented, police station or somewhere.
That never happened.
That did not happen.
You don't know why Miss Bennett didn't follow up with you. You don't know.
I do not know.
You don't know whether or not, I mean, because you're human, right? You're an investigator, but you're human. You don't know what Miss Bennett's motivation for saying the things she said were.
No. Other than what she told me that she was scared.
Right, and that's what she said, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether that's true or not. You just know that's what she said, right?
That's what she said on the 13th of May, 2013.
One of the things that I heard Madam Prosecutor ask you towards the end is whether or not, for example, the defect that you saw above the couch
Right.
was consistent with what Miss Bennett told you. Remember that question?
I do.
You said it was, right?
I did.
Now, so seeing a defect above a couch would be consistent, in your opinion, with her saying that someone had shot at that wall the day before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it would also, if she had said, for example, someone shot at this wall 2 months ago, above the couch, and you saw the defect, that would be consistent with that too, right?
Same, yep.
Right. And so really, she could have told you anything, maybe not anything. She could have given you any number of explanations as to why that defect was in the wall. And the only thing you would have to go on is, well, that is what she said caused it. True?
Objection, speculation.
I stand the objection.
The objective of any investigation is to try and figure out what happened. True?
I have a little bit different, but it's the same. My objective is to try to find the truth.
Okay.
And be absolutely certain that I've come to that truth
And
based on the evidence and testimony. Yes.
Because, and that is because of how important it is to get something like this right. Right.
Yeah, you're dealing with people's freedom, their livelihood. You know, you don't want to get it wrong.
Right. And so arriving at the truth would be to some extent tied to the truthfulness of a witness, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, sounds like a silly question, but you weren't there on May the 12th of 2013 in 980 Confederate Avenue. You weren't there, right?
I was not.
Any account of what happened on May the 12th of 2013 came from Ms. Bennett, correct?
And a couple of witnesses that did not provide me with their names.
Okay. So let me ask you this. On the 13th, May the 13th, the day after this incident supposedly happened, you go to your zone, which was at that time
Zone 6.
zone 6. Ms. Bennett has gone to zone 6. Right?
No, she went to Zone 3.
Zone 3. Where did you meet her?
At Zone 3.
Okay, so you go to zone 3 and you meet with Ms. Bennett.
I do. I did, excuse me.
She told you that the day before, individuals had come to her apartment, right?
Yes.
And I want to go through it piece by piece, but she gave you an account of what she said happened on the 12th, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you go back to 980 Confederate Avenue with her.
I did. I did.
It's you, it's Ms. Bennett, it is the child that is with her, and it is crime scene person.
And there was another investigator with me,
And who is that?
Carrie Jones.
All right. So y'all go back to 980, and at this point, you're looking to investigate, get more information about what she has already told you.
Correct.
All right. Now, Prosecutor, would you assist me in putting up what y'all have entered as 1AA? All right, investigator, you're going to see, like you've seen earlier, the picture pop up both behind you and to your left. For right now, you can look at the one on your left.
All right.
All right. So you go to the location. What you have at this point is a description of what had happened by Ms. Bennett, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you go up the stairs, and as you've indicated earlier, there are two doors, two apartments at the top of that staircase. There's an apartment C, an apartment D, correct? Right?
Correct.
Can I have, 2AA, please.
Mm-hmm.
3AA. All right. So there we go. So we have C and we have D. That's what's shown. You can see that in the picture, right?
I can.
If I heard you correctly, you testified earlier about this defect that is in the door of apartment D, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'm gonna have you keep your seats with the court's permission, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
But I do need you to turn around for me, if you don't mind, investigator. Okay. You agree that when you got there on that day, we're talking 10 years ago, a little more than 10 years
Almost
ago.
11.
Almost 11. You noticed this, a defect in the door of apartment D, right?
I did.
Now, you did not 10, almost 11 years ago, noticed the defect in apartment C, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay,
I made no note of it in my official report and like the time frame, so I don't know if I noticed it and dismissed it.
Okay.
Or if I didn't notice it. I don't know which one is the case there.
okay. But truth be told, I mean, at that time, I think you said you started APD 2001?
2001.
Okay, so you have about 12 years in at that point. And as a seasoned investigator, if you'd noticed a defect in apartment C, after hearing an allegation about shots being fired at this apartment building, you probably would have made note of it in your report, wouldn't you?
Most certainly.
Your Honor, assuming facts not in evidence.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll overrule the objection.
I should have, and I should have had crime scene take a close-up of it if I believed it was a gunshot defect. I should have knocked on the door of C to make sure nobody was in there hurt or injured.
Okay.
I don't recall doing any of that, so.
Okay. And no knock on you. I'm just, really just asking you about the things that you actually saw on that day.
Right,
Right.
and I'm doing the best.
Okay.
It's been a while.
True. Can I have State's Exhibit 4AA, please? And then and that's the same defect on door number D, right?
Just a little closer.
Go letter D, not number. And let's do 5AA, please. And okay, let's do 6 then. All right, let's do 7. There we go.
There we go.
All right. Now, I want to ask you a question about this. Earlier, when you testified, you identified this as what you saw on that day, right?
Correct.
This defect. Now, I wrote down, investigator, that you described it as a bullet hole. Is that correct?
Bullet hole.
Okay. Would you agree?
Bullet defect.
Bullet defect.
Okay.
Well, it was a defect, right?
Right.
Your opinion was that it appeared to have been caused by a bullet.
It was.
Right. Now, would you agree with me that this is not a bullet hole? In other words, there's nothing going through the door.
I do agree. It does not seem like it made it all the way through, that it made contact with the door and didn't penetrate all the way through.
Okay. Now, as you were there on that day, May 13, 2013, and as you see that defect, without knowing anything else, you don't know of your own personal knowledge when or how that defect got there.
When or how?
Yes,
Um,
of your own personal knowledge.
the when was provided to me by Ms. Bennett. The how was later substantiated when I looked on the inside of the door, and it made more apparent that that appeared to be a gunshot defect.
Right. So I want to make sure you understand the question I'm asking though, right?
Okay.
Of your own personal knowledge, right? Because at this point, you weren't there on the 12th, right?
No.
Okay. So you show up to this location, you're looking at the door. Imagine you hadn't heard anything from Ms. Bennett, hadn't heard anything from anybody else. As you walk up to this door and you see this defect, you don't know how or when that got there.
Objection, speculation.
I stand the objection.
Okay. Let's go to 8AA. That's the inside of the door, right?
It is.
All right. Let's go to 9AA, please. Should be a little bit closer. Okay. That's a close-up of the inside of the door. Am I correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, you described what we're looking at here as a defect, right?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that this does not appear to be a hole? In other words, it doesn't go through the door.
No, it did not go through the door.
Okay. Now, as you look closely, can you zoom in on that, please, Madam Prosecutor? And if you can't, that's fine. There we go. Now, do we see anything on the inside of this defect right there?
There is some kind of protrusion.
Okay.
Exactly what it is, I can't tell from that picture.
Does it appear to be patched? A hole that's been patched?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And just to be clear, right? When you spoke to Miss Bennett, either at the station or at the apartment, she did not mention anything to you about patching any holes or fixing any defects, right?
No.
Okay. In fact, I'm gonna jump forward a little bit because we talked about shell casings. Now, when you talked to Miss Bennett, she didn't mention anything to you about picking up or moving any shell casings, right?
She did not.
She did not mention anything to you about cleaning up or sweeping up any glass or any mess that she said had been caused by the shooting at the apartment, right?
She did not.
Okay. And you did not find any shell casings inside of that apartment.
I did not.
You did not find any shell casings outside of the apartment.
I did not.
It wasn't just you, it was crime scene tech, Porter, I think the name is Porter now, and investigator Jones, all of whom were there. Nobody found any evidence of shell casings outside of the apartment that had supposedly been shot at on the morning of May 13th. True?
My remembrance, no, nor, and I should have, and if that would have been the case, I would have notated that in my report.
Sure. I mean, 12 years in at that point, you have a report about a shooting, you're outside, you see some shell casings, you're gonna have a crime scene pick them up.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so let's move forward a little bit because I want to ask you about, let's see, what number are we at? Let's do 9AA, please. Sure, let's do 10. All right. Outside of the apartment, this is the window right to the right side of the door, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what you know, let's do 11, please. What you know back on May 13th, as you're there at the location, is that this appears to be a defect in the window, correct?
That is correct.
Your opinion is that it looks like a bullet hole.
That is my opinion, that it is a bullet hole.
Okay. Now, it appeared to you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to misstate you, right? I don't want these to be your words. It appears that as whatever it is went through that window, it made a hole, right?
Yes,
So the glass that would have been here is gone, true?
it is gone.
Okay. Can we go to 13AA, please? Okay. This is looking at the same window from inside the apartment, correct?
It is.
All right. Let's go to 14AA and 15AA. All right, so that's a close-up, right?
It is.
Now, you're the investigator, you're not the crime scene person, but you have a crime scene person there who's working at your direction,
Correct.
right? You would be the person telling the crime scene technician, either I want you to pay attention to this or photograph this or things to that effect, right?
General, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that there did not appear to be any shards of glass or any sort of glass underneath this bullet hole on this counter? Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when a gun is fired, let me get you turned around.
Yeah.
I'll head back over this way. When a gun is fired,
Here, let me grab that in case I gotta use it again.
when a gun is fired and the bullet comes out, generally speaking, the bullet's gonna go somewhere, right?
Yeah, what's going somewhere, correct?
Right. And in an enclosed space like in an apartment, for example, if a bullet, let's say hypothetically, comes to a window, it's gonna go somewhere in that apartment. Is that fair to assume?
Yes,
All right. Now, in this case, if we can move to exhibits, let's see, 17A perhaps? All right, 17A, right? If you can see right there to your left, that is a picture of the defect that we talked about previously above the couch, right?
yes,
All right, 18AA. All right, that's a little closer view of that same defect, isn't that right?
yes,
All right. Now, in your testimony earlier, you said that your opinion was that that appeared to be a bullet hole. I think that's what you said. Was I right about that?
It was my opinion it was a bullet hole, and also Ms. Bennett stated it was a bullet hole.
Right. Okay, so now looking at that, did you, either you or the crime scene technician, have occasion to look at it closely to see if there was an actual bullet or projectile embedded in that defect above the couch?
I don't remember.
Right. If there was a bullet or a bullet fragment in that hole, right, it would have been evidence, true?
If either I or the crime scene technician would have physically saw a bullet from our perspective, yes, that would have been removed from the wall and collected as evidence.
But there was no bullet or bullet fragment in that defect?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. And again, we've talked about shell casings because Ms. Bennett's statement, let's call it that, was that defect above the couch came from DK supposedly shooting the gun into the wall, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And she said that it was her gun. It was a Kel-Tec, something or the other, semi-automatic gun that she said shot into the wall, right?
correct.
All right. So notwithstanding her statement, we don't have any shell casing to corroborate that, correct?
Correct.
We don't have any bullet or bullet defect that was supposedly shot into the wall to corroborate that, right?
We have the defect. We don't have a fragment of a bullet or a shell casing. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the actual bullet.
Right. So if there was a bullet that had been shot into the wall the day before, and she hadn't cleaned anything up or removed anything, where is the bullet?
Hard to speculate. The round was a .223 round, which is a rifle caliber round,
Okay.
which is a very high velocity round.
Okay.
Shot into that wall, it could have went anywhere.
Well, it would have gone into the wall, right?
Into the wall, it may have hit a stud and stopped, it may have went all the way out. I'm not really sure what happened to it.
All right, but that defect isn't a hole where you can see something that goes through and continues on. It just appears to be an indentation of some sort in the wall, correct?
I can't tell from this
Okay.
angle.
The crime scene was there, right?
They were.
Okay. Now,
I can't remember, did we take another angle of this photo?
okay, well, let's see.
Like more straight on angle?
Let's see what 19AA looks like. There we go. All right, so take a look at that. That appears. Can we zoom in any more on that? All right. 19AA, can you see that?
I do.
Okay. You agree with me that that doesn't appear to be, like a better word, a hole? There's actually something that seems to be either plugging it or something, that wall?
It could be, and I also have an opinion on what else it could be.
What else could it be?
If you go back to the previous picture,
Let's see. 18?
one more, one that shows the closet.
Now let's go with 17.
Hold on, I need this one right here.
Which one?
This one right here,
Give me a number.
17. Yeah.
17 alfalfa?
17 alfalfa.
No, one back, right where we were. Just my opinion of doing hundreds of shootings on a crime scene. If the bullet was fired along this trajectory and hit that wall, it could have skipped over, and that's what caused this over there.
Okay. So that's one theory of what could have happened.
One
right?
theory.
All right. Which kind of comports with what you said earlier about a bullet has to go somewhere, right?
Has to go somewhere.
All right. So let's use your theory for a second. If we've got a bullet that comes in, hits that wall, and goes to the closet door. And actually, hold that question right here, because I want to show you something.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to, let's go forward one, Madam Prosecutor. 18AA. You see what we're looking at in 18AA, right?
Yes, just a close-up of where we just were.
Let me borrow that pointer from you. Thank you. All right. Defect in the wall, right?
Correct,
Defect in the wall,
correct,
defect in the door of the closet,
correct.
defect, hard to see here, but defect on the side of this door in the closet, right?
Yep,
All right, and defect over here, right?
correct.
All right. So is it your testimony then that one possible theory is that a bullet came through the window, hit the wall, hit this wall, hit this door, came around the corner and hit that door?
Would have been the window or from inside. Just somebody standing on the side of the couch.
Okay. But either no bullet or bullet fragment found behind the wall above the couch, right?
No,
Behind the wall near the door, right?
no,
Behind the door that's partially cracked, right?
no,
Or behind the other door all the way over to the left, correct?
no fragments found at all.
Okay. I want to ask you specifically about Ms. Bennett's account of what happened, okay?
Correct.
Now, first of all, she says that this incident happened on Mother's Day, May the 12th, 2013, correct?
Part of it,
Okay,
and then the morning of the 13th.
okay. There was no 911 call that came in on May 12th, 2013 regarding the incident that she says occurred, right?
Not that I found.
There was no 911 call that came in on the morning of May 13th, 2013, true?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, and according to her, there is this, talking about the 12th now, there's this shooting or shot being fired in her apartment somewhere around 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Mother's Day, May 12th, 2013.
That was her account, that the single shot was on Mother's Day, on the 12th.
Were you familiar with that, either that apartment complex or that specific apartment, 980 Confederate Avenue?
I can't comment on the specific apartment.
Okay.
But I am familiar with the apartment complex.
Okay. It's a big complex.
It is.
A lot of people live there.
They did. I don't know what it looks like now, to be quite honest.
Certainly back in 2013.
Right, it was a big multi-unit apartment complex.
Okay. Ms. Bennett says that she heard a knock on the door. Is that right?
Correct. I think her words were a loud knock.
Loud knock on the door. And she said that when she opens it up, someone that she knew as Thug's brother, and a third person were there, right?
Well, she said before she opened it, she looked outside and noticed it was Thug and Thug's brother.
Okay. This is what she's telling you, right?
What she's telling me.
All right.
At that initial letting in or interact or knowing who was outside, she did not make any mention of the third person.
She says that at some point they're in the apartment with her, right?
Right, okay.
She's about to go make a bottle for her baby. That's what she said.
Go into the kitchen to make her baby a bottle, correct?
Right. Does she say why they were there?
No,
Okay. So according to her, they're in the apartment and she's comfortable enough to kind of turn around and go get a bottle for the baby, according to her, right?
that's what she told me, yes.
Okay. Now, you would come to find out that the father of her child, Micah Anderson, also lived there with her. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. Did she tell you that?
She did not.
You did come to find out that that the father of her child was someone named Micah Anderson. You did find that out, though, right?
She did tell me her child's father's name was Micah Anderson,
Okay.
correct?
She says that as she turns around and goes to get her baby a bottle, someone, I think she said, Thug's brother, put a gun to her head. Is that what she said?
That's what she said. Silver 9mm gun to her head.
And she said that they took, number one, her cell phone, right?
One of her cell phones.
Okay. She said she had more than one?
Well, she had one other one when I got there because
Okay.
that's the picture we took.
Okay. So just to be clear though, she didn't say they took one of my cell phones when she initially told you that. She said they took my cell phone, right?
Let me refer and make
Please.
sure she just said singular not one of my cell phones.
Yeah, it's important. So if you need to refresh your recollection, just go ahead and take a look at that. It's your report.
Okay. My report said, she took a picture from her cell phone and that they took one of her cell phones.
Okay? When she originally told you or made the report, her
Correct.
statement to you was that they took one of her cell phones or they took her cell phone?
One more. We're at the. I just put victim's cell phone. So
Okay.
it wasn't specifically one of hers or the only.
Okay? They took her cell phone, they took $4,000 in cash that she said she had there in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And then they took a separate $100 that she also had there in the apartment.
Yes.
You say where that $4,000 came from?
No.
Okay. When you got to the location, I want to jump back a little bit. Did she have a car that was there?
I don't recall.
Do you remember her either referencing or saying that she drove a Porsche? You remember that?
Nothing about a Porsche.
Okay. All right. So they also took, according to her Kel-Tec pistol, right?
Correct.
A Versace necklace, right?
Correct.
A baby book bag, correct?
Correct.
Some red headphones, correct?
Red Dre headphones. Yes.
Beats by Dre headphones?
I don't know. I just put Dre.
Dre headphones.
Okay.
Good enough. And some rental car keys. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, she said that they took these items and they left, right?
Left in 2 vehicles. Correct.
2 vehicles. She said that she was scared. So she stayed there a couple of hours, right?
I think her words were several hours.
Mhm.
Yes.
And then she went to a hotel room that night.
Correct.
Now, as you're investigating this case and you're listening to her story, right? Did she ever, let's say, provide any proof that she had in fact gone to a hotel that night?
Again, that kind of teeth and dig it in would be part of my follow-up investigation. That'd be somewhere in a recorded quiet space, like our precinct, where all this would be broken down step by step by step. This particular case, this was just the initial call out, a basic fact finding, evidence collecting on my part. But to answer your question, that question was not asked that I believe, nor was it answered on where she would have got that kind of money.
Well, how about this? Because when you spoke to her on the 13th, she had supposedly already been through what happened on the 12th and had already gone to the hotel the night before, right?
Correct.
Did she say, I stayed in this place several hours, then I went to the Holiday Inn or the Fairfield Inn or anything like that? Did she volunteer any of that information?
I don't remember, and my report just says a hotel room.
Okay. But certainly at this point, what you're getting from her is that one of these 3 individuals, I guess you said DK, had fired a gun inside of her apartment where it was her and her infant child, right?
Correct.
All right. Very serious offense, very serious allegation. True?
True.
All right. Now, one of the things that she told you was that Micah Anderson, her baby's father, were friends with these individuals, right?
She did.
She said that they had actually been out, they being these individuals, and Micah Anderson had actually been out together the night before. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, when we say the night before, are we talking about the night of the 12th or the night before? I mean, the night of the 11th.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think we're talking about the night before being Friday night, Saturday night going into, because the incident occurred first on the 12th, so we're probably talking about the 11th, the night before.
All right. Did you ever talk to, because now we're on the 13th, did you ever talk to Micah Anderson?
I did not.
Okay. Did it strike you as odd, as an investigator, right, with a number of years of experience, that she would tell you that three individuals who were close or good friends with her baby's father, Mike Anderson, had come and robbed her and shot up the place near her baby, near Mike Anderson's baby, on the 12th? Did that strike you as seem kind of strange?
Strange. Not strange. It seemed like stuff that needed to be followed up on with follow-up interviews.
Okay.
Speaking with her, speaking with Anderson, really getting into it. But I don't know if I'd say odd or strange.
Well, we certainly know that, you certainly know that on the 13th, when she came to the police department to report something that had happened on the 12th, she didn't come with Micah Anderson, right?
No, and like I said, and it wasn't divulged what her relationship with is Michael Anderson. I didn't know if Michael Anderson stayed there, if they were in communication, if he had any enrollment, any involvement with the child at that particular point time. I had none of that information.
Okay. One of the things that she told you as you talked to her was that these individuals supposedly had her phone, right?
Correct.
And that did she say that they were calling her from her phone, or that they were answering her phone?
I think they were answering from her phone.
Okay. Now, was there ever a point where you were able to corroborate that with any sort of phone records, phone logs, anything like that, to corroborate that these calls that she talked about were taking place?
No, I did not.
Right. And in fact, one of the things that she said was that they called her to apologize for robbing her.
Correct.
Okay.
And yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
They called her to apologize, but I didn't know whether they were using her stolen phone to do that or another phone.
Did you, while you were there at the apartment, we're talking on the 13th now, did you ever attempt to call that phone that she said they were answering?
I did not.
Did she ever attempt or offer, say, hey, they've been answering my phone here, I can call it right now and you'll see they'll pick up? Did she ever offer to do that?
I don't remember.
Did she ever give you the phone number to that phone?
She did.
Okay. Did you ever do anything with it? Did you ever do any investigation surrounding that phone, or?
I did not.
She showed you a picture on the phone, and let's see, let's go to State's Exhibit. I think that's number 23. State's Exhibit number 23 is a picture of Miss Bennett actually holding a phone, correct?
Correct.
And she is showing you a picture on the phone, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Now, did she ever tell you what the circumstances were surrounding this picture that she had in her phone?
No.
Did she ever indicate whether there were any text messages sent from her phone or to her phone?
I don't remember anything about text messages.
Okay. Let's go back to State's Exhibit 20AA, please. 20. And while we're getting there, let me ask you, now, this phone call that she said she received from them, from the individuals that she said robbed her, apologizing for the robbery. Did she ever say whether they brought the stuff that she said they told her that?
No, only that they offered to bring her stuff back.
And so this is on the 13th of May. You try to contact her to follow up on what you yourself described as a very serious incident, alleged incident, right?
Correct.
You don't get a call back from her.
I did not.
You get no response whatsoever from this person who claimed that she had just been robbed and a house shot up just a couple days before.
Correct.
There's no other investigation done to corroborate anything that she has said. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Now, I noticed when you were asked earlier about your closing the case, you cited the fact that there was no communication with her. In other words, she wouldn't call you back. She didn't call you back, right?
Correct.
Now, when you said, though, that you didn't think that she had been completely truthful with you, that wasn't in regards to whether she called you back or not, right?
Unfortunately, I didn't elaborate on any of that, and I don't remember why. That was the response I wrote to close the case out.
But that was certainly your evaluation, your conclusion at that time back in 2013.
It was.
That you knew she wasn't calling you back, and your opinion was that she had not been completely truthful with you.
That was my opinion in 2013, correct.
All right, so I want to just kind of run back through very briefly a couple of things, and you tell me if I'm correct about these things. Number one, Ms. Bennett made a report about an incident that occurred on the 12th, but there's no 911 call to back that up. True?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made an allegation about something happened on the morning of May the 13th, but there's no 911 call to back that up. Correct?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made a report about a shot being fired inside of her apartment. There's no shell casing or projectile to back that up. Correct?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made a report about shots being fired at her house from outside, but there's no projectile or shell casings outside to back that up. True?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made reference to $4,000 in cash being stolen from her apartment, but there's nothing to back that up other than her word. True?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made reference to keys to a rental car being taken, but you didn't receive a rental car receipt or anything like that to back up that she even had a rental car. True?
I don't know if she had a rental car or not. My investigators did not. She made no utterance to me that she had a rental car there. And so not really sure where the car was or if there was one.
Okay. Ms. Bennett made reference to the fact that these individuals who she claimed came to her apartment and shot at her wall and stole items from her had been hanging out with her baby's father the night before, but she never bothered to bring the baby's father or give you his information to help substantiate any of that, did she?
She gave me his name and his birthday.
Okay.
But he was not there during the time the report was taken, no.
Okay. The truth is, you don't really have any personal knowledge of what really happened in that apartment on that day, do you?
No.
And it's fair to say that because you found her to be untruthful and she was not responsive.
Objection or mischaracterization of the evidence.
I stand the objection.
Because of your determination about her and the fact that she was not responding to you after making these allegations, you closed the case and there was no further prosecution from anyone on this allegation that she had made. True?
Like we mentioned before, when we talked about the goal of investigation and finding the truth and all that,
Yes, sir.
and not wanting to deprive people of their freedom without being absolutely right, without follow-up from her, which would have led me to further investigation, the cell phone records, checking the car, canvassing again for witnesses, stuff about the hotel room, all that stuff that takes hours of investigation time.
Yes.
That I would have had to set aside time to do that after the follow-up with her. Unfortunately, with APT, the caseload does not, if I give her my card, I give her my contact information at the scene. Call me, we got to follow up on this. I call her, leave a message. Days go by, nothing. Unfortunately, the nature of the beast, I have to move on.
Right.
So that's why it was closed.
And so here we are in April of 2024, and you've not been provided with any more information than you had in May of 2013, right?
No, Ms. Bennett has still not contacted me.
Right. And you've not received any more documents or any more information or any more phone records or anything since 2013.
That is correct.
But yet here you are testifying on this case that you closed in 2013. True?
I'm here, sir.
One moment, please.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Any further cross? Am I having anybody else? Any redirect?
That's it, Kirk. I want to kind of leave off.
One second, I can get a drink while I'm going back. We have round. All right, thank you.
You good?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to kind of pick up where you left off. You said that you last called her on May 19th, 2013. You left a message.
That's correct.
All right. Do you know or have any knowledge if whether or not she moved out of that apartment complex?
I do not.
I stand the objection.
Wait, let me ask you this. May 19th, 2013, is that about a week after this incident occurred?
Be 6 days, yes.
6 days from when she reported, or 6 days from when it occurred?
Well, it occurred on the 12th and the 13th, right? And then 19, so yeah, 6, 5, and 6.
Or 6 to 7?
19, you said, right?
Yeah.
And I was there 7 days, I'm sorry. 6.
Do you know if something happened with her child that prevented her from calling you?
I have,
I stand the objection.
Do you have any knowledge if there were any other life circumstances that happened that prevented her from calling you?
have no knowledge of that.
Now, Mr. Adams asked you a few questions on cross that I want to follow up with. Now, Mr. Adams asked you whether or not there was, I think, any information about a building being shot up. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any reports about a building being shot up, or solely the report from Ms. Bennett that her apartment deed was shot up?
There were no 911 calls that I remember from the 12th or 13th about any shootings in that complex. Any other building, the only information I had was what was given to me by Ms. Bennett.
And Mr. Adams went through a line of questioning that the only information that was there is what Ms. Bennett told you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you responded in a way that said it wasn't just what she told me, but what I gathered from the other witnesses. Do you remember responding to his question in that way?
I do.
Had you gotten reports that corroborated what Ms. Bennett? You're right, he opened the door.
Basis.
He opened the door, Your Honor, when he crossed him. And he opened, we backed away from it, and then he opened the door with his cross.
Objection to the speaking, objection.
Y'all approach, please.
Now, Ms. Investigator Kirkman, you spoke very briefly about the distinction between a gunshot hole and gunshot defect. What is that distinction between a gunshot hole and a gunshot defect for you? Or to you, not a gunshot, a bullet hole and a bullet defect, I'm sorry.
Well, a defect would be where the bullet doesn't totally penetrate and exit a structure, an item, a person. A defect would just be an indication made by a bullet.
Now, Mr. Adams, I want to pull up state's exhibit, I believe it's going to be 19 AA. Okay, go back, I'm sorry. The picture of the window on the inside of your apartment, right here. I'm looking at State Exhibit 16 AA as well as 17 AA. Mr. Adams asked about whether or not you saw any glass in this area of the window. Did that surprise you not finding any glass in that area?
Not particularly, because if you notice, the pane's not broken. So any large sheds of glass would not not have fallen out. And I don't know, and just the bullet going through, the only glass that would have been dispelled is the actual hole that's cut out here where the bullet went through. And just the speed of the bullet could have dusted it, vaporized it, the glass, that little bit of glass. So it wasn't totally surprising that no glass was found under the window.
Now, when she provided you the information that she gave you, did she provide you with Micah Anderson's full date of birth?
She did. Let me make sure. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Yes, 8/10 of 1987 is what she provided me.
And she gave you, did she ever try to make up a name for the person that she did not know and only identified as Thug's brother?
No,
And she told you about other relationships that these individuals had with her child's father. Was she able to provide that they were friends?
friends that they hung out the night before. Correct.
And is this information that one would give if they were just trying to make up a story?
Objection, false speculation.
And at any point in time, did she ever try to advise that either Thug, DK, or Thug's brother shot the bullet hole that came through the window? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she did not.
What was the only shot that she put with DK? Was that the one in the living room?
The one above the couch in the living room.
And in your experiences as a law enforcement officer, has you had occasion in which individuals do not call and report shots fired calls? Or do not report if there's a gunshot? Not always call the police if there are gunshots.
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. Have you had experiences in which sometimes residents or citizens do not always call police if shots fired are heard?
Yes.
And again, with this case, you advise that you put it on the back burner because she did not call you back.
Correct.
And you do not know why she did not call you.
I do not know.
Okay, court's indulgence. And was there anything that she told you that was not cooperating? Did you find a bullet hole when she said that there was a bullet hole in the house? So specifically about the bullet hole. Was that cooperating?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
May we permanently or temporarily excuse Investigator Kirkman?
Permanently.
All right, Investigator Kirkman, I'm going to permanently excuse you, witness. Thank you for your patience with us. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation Just don't discuss testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take 5 minutes before we call our next witness? Okay, all right. Is your next witness outside?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. We're going to take 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as everybody is taking comfort, we'll come back in. All rise. Counsels for the state, how many more witnesses you got for the day?
Judge, you're right, I think that'll be contingent upon the court schedule. We have 3 in the hallway. We were gonna ask one of our witnesses, who would be our last witness for today, does have to go to work at 3. I believe we're speaking with Mr. Steele earlier today. He may have a motion. Sorry. Mr. Steele may have a motion regarding that last witness that we may need to take up at the end of the day, which would be Mr. Walter Murphy. So we would ask if we could just take the next 2 and then deal with the motions regarding Mr. Murphy at the conclusion of the day. And we did have one of our witnesses who we learned this morning is in ICU at the hospital. So, excuse me, ER at the hospital. And so we're trying to get a status update as to his condition.
You have other witnesses you can call, correct?
We have at least 2 others that we can call for today. We are asking if the third one can be excused, given the fact that there is a potential motion for that third witness.
Is that the motion, Mr. Steele, you filed, motion limit number 47?
That's true, Your Honor.
In taking a look at the motion, that I assume that it pertains to a proffer interview, is that correct? With Mr. Hudson and Mr. Murphy?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Is the state going to use anything that, as part of, are you going to redact that particular interview in terms of what Mr. Hudson may be indicating or saying?
Yes, Ron, it's the state's intention to not, if
Has
we
it-
have to play the proffer, to redact that, and then Mr. Steele and I can talk about particularly what
gonna
portion
depend-
of the video.
Is it going to depend upon what Mr. Murphy testifies to?
It is, very much
Right.
so.
I would just recommend that you have that in pocket so that before Mr. Murphy testifies, so it doesn't delay our proceedings.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Is it okay if we release him or no?
All right. Anything else about that, Mr. Steele? In terms of, I would agree that any statements of Mr. Hudson would be inadmissible, his attorney.
That was all, sir. Thank you.
All right. So state, if you're planning on using that proffer for impeachment or any other purpose, I would say you would need to redact Mr. Hudson's statements,
Okay.
his lawyer statements. So that's what I'll preliminary rule upon. Yes, Mr. Short.
Your Honor, I wanted to identify another possible issue. I have not
Have you filed a motion?
I have not. It applies to everyone, and I'm just trying to bring it to the court's attention. It doesn't just affect me or my client.
Okay, remember what I told you in my administrative order. This is what causes delay.
Well, that's why I'm
So
bringing it up now.
file a motion.
Okay.
All right, what is the issue? I'm going to invite you to file a motion because this is what happens.
I understand. that-
So what is the issue you want to raise to me?
The DA that is conducting the proffer of Walter Murphy is a defense attorney that the jurors have already met in the course of this case during jury selection. Is Suri Chada Jimenez. That strikes me as unseemly and potentially problematic.
I thought it was Mr. Hudson.
No,
That's-
Mr. Hudson's the defense attorney. Suri Chada Jimenez was the district attorney at the time conducting the proffer. That strikes me as problematic. I have not researched.
Then you need to research it and we need to take it up if that's the case. But right now, without anything more, there's nothing for me to rule upon.
I understand, Your Honor. I
Okay.
just wanted to bring it to the court's attention.
All right, okay. Okay, all right, we're in recess. Give me 5 minutes.
Stand.
All right, some of Ms. Lackner's, please. All right, Ms. Lackner's, good afternoon, madam. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would please turn and be sworn as a witness. Yeah, she needs to be sworn again.
I do.
Sharon Latners, SharonLatners.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lyons. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to ask you a couple questions. And so before I do, I wanted to approach you and with what's been labeled as 1 Bravo Bravo and 2 Bravo Bravo. If you can, Ms. Ladders, can you look over 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo and look up at me when you are ready? How do you recognize those, Ms. Ladders?
The CAT report is the one I print out. My name is on the top. The 911 audio, I listen to it. It's on me. My issues on the accountability.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD report and 911 call for the incident that you're discussing?
Yes,
Your Honor, this time of statement to tender and evidence states exhibits 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo.
Have they been shown to the defense counsel?
They have been previously shared, yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to states 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo?
Yes,
Mr.
sir. Objection to the CAD report is hearsay confrontation clause, case cited previously. I put that on record again, Judge?
No, I'm good. I'm good. All right, I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. And I'll admit states 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo over objection. Maybe publish. Did you see that?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state moves to publish State Exhibit 1 Bravo Bravo.
All right, sir.
Ms. Ladders, is the CAD report the 911 call that we're here to discuss for the events on April 12, 2015?
yes.
Ms. Ladders, going through this CAD report, what was the incident number for this act, or just this CAD report?
151022458.
What time, or let me start with this, what was the call type?
Person shot.
And what type of priority response does a person shot get within APD?
Prior to 2, should be a prior to 2.
What was the location for this person shot?
It came in at 1987 Fremont Street, Southeast.
Was that location ever changed?
Yes, it was.
What was that location changed to?
2110 Browns Mill Road, Southeast.
What time was this call initiated?
9:47:56 p.m. hours.
What time did officers first respond? Or I should say arrive on scene?
9:52:45 p.m. hours.
And Ms. Ladders, what zone and beat was this call in within the city of Atlanta?
It's in zone 3, beat 310 beat.
Now, have you seen before, Ms. Ladders, where the location on an incident is changed?
Yes,
What could be some circumstances for that?
Caller can provide the location they're at, and once officer get him out investigating, he find out the incident happened at a different location.
Now, Ms. Landers, I want to talk about some of the incident remarks under unit times on page 1. Do you see that first line where it says DS at 9:48 p.m.?
Yes,
Can you explain what that means to the jury?
DS mean dispatch.
And is that the address they were dispatched to?
It was dispatched in 1987 Fremont Street Southeast.
Now, immediately beneath that, it has BU. What does that code stand for?
BU is back up.
And then immediately beneath that on the third line, it has EN.
En route.
And so those first 3 lines are units. Are they en route to 1987 Fremont Street?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn your attention, Ms. Ladders, to page 2, line 6, where it says CT, and then it has the numbers 50. What does that mean?
You said page 2, line 6.
Yes, ma'am. At
Call.
1 p.m.
You said CT?
Well, the call type was C, and then it says 10:01:02 p.m. and then at the far right it says CT 50.
Call type equal 50, that's our signal for Atlanta Police 50. Plain talk is person shot.
Now, Ms. Lyons, I want to ask you a couple of questions about moving further along. If you see at 10:23 p.m., it has the APD code of LC,
Location change.
and at 10:23:23, what was the location changed to?
It shows Browns Mill and Harper Road.
Would that be an intersection?
Yes, sir.
Now, immediately beneath that, do you see that second LC, Ms. Lyons? At 10:36 p.m.?
10:36:38.
Yes, ma'am. What happened at that, what does that mean afterwards where it says EN Grady?
Grady is en route to Grady Hospital.
And if you move Ms. Lyons a little further down where it has Unit 21 LC at 10:51 p.m., can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
What line are you on?
It is,
Unit 21?
yes, ma'am.
Unit 21 is one of the head commanders for that zone.
And what are they doing at 10:36:38 according to the CAT report?
1021 has a location change and he's en route to Grady.
And do you see if they ever put a call sign in the CAT report for ever arriving at Grady?
Amy arrive. And you should see unit 5338 arrive, but that's at Browns Mill.
And if you see Ms. Ladders at 10:51 p.m. where it has location change at Grady,
At 10:58 p.m.
now, Ms. Ladders, I want to talk a little bit about the CAD narrative for this call. At the bottom of page 2, can you explain for the jury, it starts at 9:47 p.m. Can you talk through what this indicates in the CAD report?
The 911 received a call from a person advised at 1987 Fremont Street Southeast, a person been shot. Then the second line at 9:48:28 p.m., the 911 operator advised her supervisor about the call at that location. And she also notified Grady, a person been shot. Then the next line at 9:48:28, the dispatch advised as the supervisor of that zone, 3396 and 3395, do they copy the call at that location a person been shot?
And Ms. Ladders, does 3396 and 3395 have any significance to you in terms of those unit numbers? Are they supervisors, patrol officers? What do those unit numbers indicate?
They have supervisor, they have the sergeant of the zone.
And does it follow up and say 26-year-old patient after those sergeants were notified?
Correct. The units out in the zone advise dispatcher that a person out of that zone, a 26-year-old male patient, has alert conscious and breathing, but he has been shot.
Now, Ms. Ladders, turn to page 3. I want to ask you a couple questions. What does the call code DQ mean?
DQ is when the unit do a driver search on his MDT for a person.
And what does, what kind of information can come back from that?
You can get, if a person want it,
And what, within the call signs that APD uses, what is QW?
it's not APD, it's GCIC use QW,
And what does that mean?
wanted person.
Now, in this CAD report, who do you see any driver's license queries or DQ in this CAD report?
I do.
Can you explain for the jury what you see and who they were?
You see a DQ for Kristen James. You want me to do the date of birth or just the person name?
What year was Christian James born?
1997.
Is there a second query that you see?
Terrence Moody,
What year were they born?
1998.
And do you see a third query of the driver's license search?
You see one for Davis Cornels,
And what year were they born?
1993.
And do you see a fourth query in this category?
You see one for, we did Davis.
Do you see one for White?
I see one for White and date of birth is 1987.
Now, what kind of reasons or how does someone get, when this CAD report indicates these license checks, how does that come up?
The officer asks the subject for his driver license and he goes on his MDT and run a DQ check. That's for your license. And whatever comes back on your license from GCIC, all that information comes back to the officer on his MDT.
Now, Ms. Lander, did you see the last two lines in this CAD area?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what QB indicates?
Vehicle. He's running a tag number.
What tag was ran in this case?
BZE 2206 Georgia plate.
And what is RQ indicated?
That's a license plate number, the same.
Did that pertain to the same vehicle that they did that you just described?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Landers, I've also handed you 2 Bravo Bravo. Does that correspond with this CAD report that we just walked through?
Yes.
And is that the 911 call that initiated this CAD report?
Yes.
All right, this time the state publishes states exhibit 2 Bravo Bravo for the jury.
You can publish it.
Yes, I'm just going to, it should be ready now.
Thank you.
And that's an I-1 operator 6180. What's the address of your emergency?
Please, AC emergency.
What's the
Emergency.
address?
Hey, Neil, what's the address? Still, what's the address? 1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont. Somebody shot.
Okay, hold on for the ambulance, sir. Don't hang up, okay?
Yeah, hurry up.
I'm still on the line with you, sir.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we're holding for the ambulance.
EMS 785, what's the address of the emergency?
It's 1987.
Somebody been shot.
Sir, calm
What's the
down. Let me
address?
give her the address.
1987 Fremont.
And repeat that address, please, for verification.
1987 Fremont.
Okay. And is this going to be a house or an apartment?
A house.
Okay, we have already started an ambulance. I'm going to get some information from you while they're on the way. What's the phone number you're calling from?
770 882
Mm-hmm.
5580.
Okay. And we do have help already started. What's your name?
My name's D'Angelo.
And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
We was at the we was at the gas station. And, my partner was trying to talk to a girl, but I guess they thought we was following them, and then they pulled up on and just started, and we pulled off. And then we pulled off from the gas station, and then we got away. And then we ended up driving a back streetway, and then we ended up seeing them again, they ended up shooting. And somebody ended up getting hit.
Okay. Are you with the patient now?
Huh?
Are you with the patient now?
Yes.
Okay. How old is the patient?
How old are you? 26.
Okay.
Hurry up.
And is the patient male or female?
Huh?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. He's 26.
Okay, listen, I was asking you, was it a male or female? Is he awake?
He's a male.
Okay, is he awake? Is he conscious?
He's causing. He's talking.
Okay, is he breathing? Okay, Atlanta, go ahead and start firing PD, please, 785.
They're in route. I'm 6180.
Thank you. Is the assailant still nearby, D'Angelo?
Who?
Is the person who shot, are they still nearby?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any serious bleeding?
Huh?
Is there any serious bleeding? Is blood spurting or pouring out of him anywhere?
Yes, he's bleeding. He's bleeding. He's still bleeding.
D'Angelo, calm down. I'm trying to ask you these questions.
Calm down. You see the man inside?
Is he completely alert?
Man, he's alert. He's talking. But
Listen, what part of his body was injured?
What you got shot
What part of his body was injured?
He got shot in the face.
Okay, listen, do you guys have the bleeding under control?
No, ma'am. Come on.
Listen, they're already en route. This isn't delaying them, okay? Is there more than one wound?
No, I'm finna hang up. I already hear the police coming.
Okay, listen, I can help you to help them until they get there.
Sit down, cuz.
Okay, listen, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Do you guys have a clean, dry cloth or a towel? Or can you take your shirt off? That you can apply pressure to the wound until they get there. D'Angelo? Hello?
Ms. Ladders, when we had talked about the license plates that are not license plates, but the driver's license queries that the officers did, if you turn to page 3 on this CAD report, do you see any query for someone with first name D'Angelo?
Yes.
What time is that query?
10:38, 56 hours. PM.
Thank you, Ms. Ladders.
Cross.
No questions.
Anybody else? All right, may Ms. Latners be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness.
Temporarily, Your Honor.
See, Ms. Ladders, don't be looking at me that way, all right? All right. Madam, good to see you again. I'm going to temporarily excuse your witness. We'll call you when we need you again, okay? Thank you very much. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. All right, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls D'Angelo White to the stand.
All right, summon Mr. White, please.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach with the defense counsel?
You may.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask your assistance? And I'm just going to give you a short recess, and then we'll go ahead and get less than 5 minutes. We need to. Court needs to take up just a brief matter, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay? So don't get comfortable. All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury is not here. Members of the media, if you would not videotape our next witness due to security concerns, and please do not videotape where he's coming from. All right. Sergeant Brown, if you'll get our witness, please. Okay, so noted, still denied, but no harm in asking. All right. Mr. White, you can have a seat. When the jury comes out, I'm going to ask you to stand, okay? And then we're going to swear you in as a witness, all right? Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. Mr. White, Mr. White. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Atkins, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. D'Angelo White.
All right, Mr. White, can you please take the oath from Sergeant Ingram, please?
You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. White, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone and speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
State civilian name. I'll do my, of course.
DEANGELO WHITE.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jury where you grew up?
Cleveland Avenue.
Is that Cleveland Avenue here in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
What part of Cleveland Avenue did you grow up in? Like what street?
Old Hateville Road.
How close when you grew up were you to are you familiar with the Point Laundry on Old Hayville?
Yes, sir.
Were you near or relatively close by to that location growing up?
Yes, sir.
Now, growing up, did you have any siblings or family members that lived with you?
No, sir.
Did you ever, I'll put it this way, did you ever get to know, or are you familiar with that area of part of the land?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever spend any time in any other areas in Atlanta? Any other neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
What other parts of Atlanta did you spend time in?
Four Seasons at Lakewood, Canterville.
I'll start with Four Seasons. Where's Four Seasons in relation to the Cleveland Avenue area in Atlanta?
What you mean?
Is it close by? Is it far away?
Like 5-10 minute drive.
What about Lakewood?
5 minutes.
And what about Mechanicsville?
5-10 minutes.
And would people, or I'll put it this way, with the schools you went to, were any of those neighborhoods, did you get to know people who grew up in those neighborhoods and went to school with you?
Yeah.
Do all of those neighborhoods feed to the same type, middle schools, high schools, stuff like that? Or did it?
Different.
Okay. Now, growing up, were you closer, did you spend more time with people that grew up in Cleveland or people that grew up in Four Seasons, Lakewood, or Mechanicsville?
Cleveland.
Okay. Now, who did you know in the Lakewood area? Did you have any family or relatives that grew up in Lakewood?
I had an auntie.
Did you ever become familiar with people who grew up in Lakewood in terms of like friends growing up?
No, not really.
Now, sir, how old are you here today?
27.
And where did you go to school?
South Side, South Atlanta.
I turned school.
Did you ever graduate?
No,
How far did you go?
9th grade.
Have you gotten or are you working on getting your GED?
I'm in prison right now getting my GED.
Do they have programs for that where you are?
Yes,
Now, how long have you been in prison?
7 years.
How much more time do you have to go?
36 more months till I'm max out.
All right. What do you plan on doing when you get out, Mr. West?
Get a job and work.
Okay. What kind of industry do you plan on working in?
Overruled.
Food industry, construction, business?
I mean, I don't know right now, you feel me?
I got you. Let me ask you this, for what was it, like, what case was it, or how did you end up in prison?
I got 2 armed robberies, hijacking, possession of a firearm by convicted felon.
What year was it that, did you plead to those?
Yes, sir.
What county was it?
Fort County.
Do you have any other felonies, besides what you just mentioned within the last 10 years?
Yes, sir.
What are
Theft by receiving stolen auto, entering vehicle.
they? And, do you have anything else other than that? Or what county was the theft by receiving in and out?
Fulton, Clayton.
Now, did you, ever have a friend or ever know anyone that went by the name who?
I don't even know him.
Okay. Did you ever, have a friend or know anyone who went by the name Neil?
I don't know him neither.
Did you ever know or, be friends with someone who went by the name Terry?
I don't know him neither.
Did you ever know or were friends with, someone who went by the name Crucial?
I don't even know them.
Now, did you, let me put it this way, sir. Did you choose to be here today?
Nah, I don't even know why I'm here. This not my case. I don't know what's going on, you feel me? I don't even supposed to be here. I'm serving my own time.
Do you want to be here?
No, for what?
Is, people who are, or I'll put it this way, how is it, or is there any impact in being here today, considering where you being in prison? Objection made.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase.
How is people being forced to testify and produced to testify in prison abused? Favorably or is it negative?
Only, for one, when you came and told me, when you see me down the road, I told you I would testify on what? This is not my case. This don't have nothing to do with me, period.
Did, Zach meet an investigator when he met you?
Yeah, you came and seen, what, 2 black ladies, one first time, one the second time.
And before you saw me, you were the investigator I was with, we didn't know each other from the campaign, is that fair to say?
Right.
And when I walked in that day and saw you, my investigator, I didn't know what I was coming to talk to you about, did you?
For sure, I didn't.
Did we talk about that? Did we discuss, the investigator and I, some questions about something that happened to a friend of yours back on April 12, 2015?
It's not my friend. I don't even know him. You keep, I'm telling you, I don't know him.
Is he the cousin of a friend of yours?
No.
Do you remember looking at any photographs from a shooting from April 12, 2015?
Yeah, that you put in my face that you showed me.
Did you recognize any of those photographs that we looked through?
A couple, but I don't know them like that.
Now, Mr. White, I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 Bravo Bravo. This is I'm gonna show you, sir, 72 Bravo Bravo. Now, earlier we talked about you growing up in Lakewood. Do you recognize any streets or areas on that map?
Dobbs Elementary, Brownsmere Road.
How do you recognize those?
My auntie stayed in Lakewood. I went to Dobbs Elementary when I was younger.
Is it a fair and accurate, does it look like where Dobbs Elementary and the roadways in Brownsville that you grew up around?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender the evidence, State's Exhibit 72 Bravo Bravo.
Any objection to state 72 Bravo Bravo? All right, hearing none.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Published in 72 Bravo Bravo. Now, sir, you can look at that copy we have before you. There's a screen that's to your immediate left, and there's kind of a yellow hazy screen behind you. It's probably easier, but to look at the one that's closest to you, just closest to you. Now, in general, the area depicted in this map, would you say that's Lakewood?
You say Dobbs Elementary and Brownsmere Road.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I briefly approach to show something on the screen?
You may.
So, this is how, well, could you show the jury where Dobbs Elementary School that you went to when you were, that you attended as a child on that map?
It said on the screen.
Would you mind circling it? The screen that the jury's looking at is a little hard to read. Would you mind circling on that map? Or is it the top, the bottom, or
I mean,
do you see where the mouse is, sir?
if I can see it, I know they can see it.
Your screen's a little better quality, but just asking you, do you see where it's zoomed in now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned Brownsville Road. Do you see that road, Brownsville Road, behind Dobbs Elementary?
To my Maryland Drive.
Do you see Brownsville Road? You see where Dobbs Elementary School is on that map that we just talked about?
Yeah.
What's the road immediately behind it?
Maryland Drive.
And what is the other street other than Maryland Drive?
That's the only thing you're showing on my screen.
Do you see that gray line at the very bottom left of the screen?
What is it, Lakewood Trail?
Yep, between Lakewood Trail and Dobbs Elementary, you see a roadway.
Only thing you're showing is Maryland Drive, Primary Road.
Okay. So you see Brownsville Road there. Now, on Brownsville Road, well, let me ask you this. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Do you see where it says secure trailer lots across the street from Dobbs Elementary? What is that?
Trucking stop, please.
Okay. Has that been there a while?
Yes.
Now, what roadway, what's that main road there that Dobbs Elementary's on and the truck stop is, sir?
Say Harper Road.
Now, you see that thick black line between Dobbs Elementary and where the truck stop is?
It's my in blue.
Yeah, it may be blue. Yeah, it's blue on your screen. What roadway is that?
At the top, like I say, Sitco.
Do you know where that Sitco is on Brownsville?
Yes.
What's the other road other than Brownsville that kind of crosses where that Sitco is?
Frontmont, Aquita Drive, whatever.
Have you ever heard of Jonesboro Road?
Yes.
Is that Sitco, is part of that Sitco, is it or is it not on some of Jonesboro Road?
Yes.
Is Dobbs Elementary School on Jonesboro Road?
Yes.
Now, that Sitco, how are you familiar with it? Have you ever been there? How do you know that Sitco?
So it's my auntie stayed in Lakewood.
Would you ever go there to like get drinks or snacks or something like that growing up?
Gas, put in the car.
Did you, that makes sense. How long did it take you to get there from where you grew up at your aunt's house? 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
5-minute walking distance.
So you can walk there.
Yeah.
Did you ever know any of the people that work there? Get familiar with them?
Nah, I mean, people who probably working there are probably familiar with me for probably coming in there.
Would you ever go there, hang out there with any friends of yours in that area?
Yeah.
How often would y'all hang out at that Sitco? Like daily, weekly, couple times a month, once a year?
I ain't really just hanging on the street like that, you feel me?
Gotcha. Would you typically go up there daytime or nighttime?
Anytime I feel like.
Do you remember, was it open 24 hours or how late would that Sitco stay open?
I can't recall, but I know it ain't probably like 24 hours.
Okay. Now, I'm going to Your Honor, I'm showing the defense counsel what's marked as 54 Bravo Bravo. Your Honor, I'm handing the witness what's been marked as 54 Bravo Bravo. Mr. White, do you recognize 54 Bravo Bravo?
That's the Sitco on Jonesboro Road.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the Sitco that we were just talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish State's Exhibit 54 Bravo Bravo into evidence.
Well, first you got to get it admitted. So any objection to States 54 Bravo Bravo? All right, States 54 Bravo Bravo is admitted and may now be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could we not scroll through the other photos, please? Thank you.
Your Honor, publishing State's Exhibit 54 Bravo Bravo. Now, Ms. White, is that the Sitco we were talking about?
Yes.
is, like, if you and me were the cameraman, right, like, that took this photo, what road is that the cameraman would kind of be sitting in the middle of that took this photo? Is it Brownsville or Jonesboro? Like the road on the bottom of that photo.
I'm saying, like, why is I'm here?
Ms. White?
This is not my case. They got nothing. I don't know why I'm even here, man. You feel me?
I understand you, sir. I just gonna ask you some questions. Do you know what that road is on the bottom of 54 Bravo Bravo, sir?
I don't even supposed to be here. Why is I'm here?
Ms. White? I just wanted to ask you, do you know what that street is on the bottom that's in that photograph before you and on the screen to your left?
What they got to do with me?
I'm just asking if you know the street, sir.
I don't even supposed to be here. I just keep asking you the same thing. Like,
Ms. White, do you know that street on the bottom of 54 Bravo Bravo?
yeah, but what they got to do with me?
What street is it?
You see what it say? It say John Boy Road.
And what you see where, you know, when you go to a gas pump, they'll have the neon lights with the price of gas. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, what about it?
You see that red and green neon light kind of in the back of this photograph?
Yeah.
What's that road that I say perpendicular from the Jonesboro Road we just talked about?
I don't know.
Is it Brownsville Road?
I guess.
Do you guess or do you know?
I don't know.
Now, I'm going to show you a couple things, right? Well, before I do that, Your Honor, I'm going to show defense counsel what is 63 Bravo Bravo through 71 Bravo Bravo. Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness in hand on what's marked as 63 Bravo Bravo through 71. Mr. White, starting with 63 Bravo Bravo, do you recognize that?
Look like it's a John Boy Road.
Did you see that sicko, or are you familiar with what's depicted in that? From growing up in the neighborhood?
You asked me the same question.
And just asking you, are you familiar with that, where you grew up, this way?
It's a sicko.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how that sicko Jonesboro Road area looked when you were growing up?
If it's still the same, I've been gone 7 years. It's still the same.
Was it before, was 2015 before you went to prison?
If it look like that,
Your Honor, this time the state rules tendered that at 63 Bravo Bravo.
Any objection to say 63 Bravo Bravo? Any counsels? All right, hearing none, 63 Bravo Bravo is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 63 Bravo Bravo. So, sir, is this the Jonesboro Road we were just discussing?
yeah,
And is that the sicko we were just talking about on the right in that photograph?
yeah.
Now, I'm going to show you 64 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize 64 Bravo Bravo?
Why is I'm here, man?
Ms. White, I'm just asking you if you recognize 64 Bravo Bravo.
I don't pose to be here.
Do you recognize 64 Bravo Bravo, sir?
I don't pose to be here. I pose to be in Changang prison. I don't even know why I'm here. This ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't even know why I'm here.
Ms. White, why do you not want to testify? Talk about anything today?
Testify? This ain't got nothing to do with me.
Hold on, Mr. White, 1 second. I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Matthews. Asked and answered was his objection, and I've overruled it. So you can answer the question, sir. Counsel's question, okay?
Ms. White, why do you not want to talk here?
Cause this don't have nothing to do with me. This is not my case. I'm already doing a 10-year bid. That I'm doing 2 armed robberies and hijacking. This don't have nothing to do with me.
I understand that, Mr. White. Specifically, just with that photograph, do you recognize the roadway in 64 Bravo Bravo?
No.
Have you ever looked at that photograph before and recognized it?
No. I don't supposed to be here. I'm gonna keep telling y'all that.
Mr. White, I understand that, Mr. White. So you're saying that you've never seen that photograph before?
No.
You've never, aren't familiar with it?
No.
All right, Mr. White, I'm gonna show you 65 Bravo Bravo. Have you ever seen 65 Bravo Bravo before?
With all due respect, man, I'm ready to go back to prison. You feel me?
Ms. White, I understand that. I'm asking you, do you recognize 65 Bravo Bravo?
What do they got to do with me? D'Angelo White, what they got to do with me?
Mr. White, can you just take a look at 65 Bravo Bravo? Just tell me if you recognize it.
Hey, man, this ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm ready to go back to prison.
I understand that, Mr. White. I'm just asking you to just take a look at that photograph and just let me know if you recognize it.
You disturb me. I wasn't supposed to be here. I'm just trying to finish my 36 months over 10 years and go home. Feel me? I don't supposed to be here.
I understand that, sir. I'm just asking you, do you recognize the roadways in 65 Bravo Bravo? Regardless if you want to be here, do you recognize it?
So you gonna force me to be here? Y'all gonna force me to be here?
Now that you're here, Mr. White, I'm just asking you, do you recognize 65 Bravo Bravo?
I don't supposed to be here, man. I'm ready to go back to prison. You keep telling me that.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Now, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna grab these. Exhibit cover. Mr. White, you did have a friend named Pooh growing up. Isn't that correct?
No, why you keep trying to tell me I had a friend named Pooh?
Mr. White, do you remember when Lieutenant Oliphant and myself met you for the first time that we talked about a little earlier?
I don't know that dude. I just seen him do one time. That don't mean he's my friend because I met him one time.
Well, you do know someone by the name Pooh.
I met him one time, but I don't know him.
And is it true or not true that when I met you, never talked to you before, my lieutenant, you remember a time that Pooh got shot?
No.
Now, have you ever been, so, Mr. White, do you recall looking at photographs of individuals that you were familiar with growing up? When Lieutenant Baker and myself met you?
No.
Do you remember recognizing someone you knew as Neil? Isn't that correct?
No.
Do you remember recognizing someone you knew as Crucial? Isn't that correct?
No.
Have you ever heard of Club Crucial?
No.
You never heard of Club Crucial, Mr. White?
Mm-mm.
Can you name any club in the city of Atlanta?
I don't go clubbing.
Okay. So, do you remember when I met you there with Lieutenant Oliphant, that I asked you Is it Light Club Crucial? And you go like, yes, your friend named Crucial. Do you remember that, sir?
No.
Do you remember a blue Ford Escape photograph that we showed you, my investigator?
Only way I remember because you showed it to me, yeah.
But when I showed it to you, do you remember talking about that vehicle?
No.
Do you remember telling Lieutenant Baker and I that that was your friend Neil's rental car on April 12, 2015?
You gonna keep trying to make me remember something like this is not my case. I'm keep telling you that, man. This is not my case. I don't hold to be here, man.
Mr. White, is your first name is D'Angelo, is that correct?
You got me here?
Your Honor, the state's going to play State's Exhibit 2, Bravo, Bravo. It's already been admitted.
All right.
That's an I-1 for the 6180. What's the address of your emergency?
Please, AC emergency.
What's the
Emergency.
address?
Hey, Neil, what's the address? Phil, what's the address? 1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont. Somebody shot.
Okay, hold on for the ambulance, sir. Don't hang up, okay?
Hurry up.
I'm still on the line with you, sir.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we're holding for the ambulance.
EMS 785, what's the address of the emergency?
It's 1987.
Somebody been shot.
Sir, calm
What's the
down. Let me
address?
give her the address.
1987 Fremont.
And repeat that address, please, for verification.
1987 Fremont.
Okay. And is this going to be a house or an apartment?
A house.
Okay, we have already started an ambulance. I'm going to get some information from you while they're on the way. What's the phone number you're calling from?
770-882. 5580.
Okay. And we do have help already started. What's your name?
My name's D'Angelo.
And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
Well, we was at the we was at the gas station. And my partner was trying to talk to a girl, but I guess they thought we was following them, and then they pulled up on and just started, and we pulled off. And then we pulled off from the gas station, and then we got away. And then we ended up driving a back streetway, and then we ended up seeing them again, and they ended up shooting. And somebody ended up getting hit.
Okay. Are you with the patient now?
Huh?
Are you with the patient now?
Yes.
Okay. How old is the patient?
How old are you? 26.
Okay.
Hurry up.
And is the patient male or female?
Huh?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. He's 26.
Okay, listen, I was asking you, was it a male or female? Is he awake?
He's a male.
Okay, is he awake? Is he conscious?
He's conscious. He's talking.
Okay, is he breathing? Okay, Atlanta, go ahead and start firing PD, please, 785.
They're in route. I'm 6180.
Thank you. Is the assailant still nearby, D'Angelo?
Is who?
Is the person who shot, are they still nearby?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any serious bleeding?
Huh?
Is there any serious bleeding? Is blood spurting or pouring out of him anywhere?
Yes, he's bleeding. He's bleeding. He's bleeding.
D'Angelo, calm down. I'm trying to ask you these questions.
I can't calm down. You see the man shine?
Is he completely alert?
Man, he's alert. He's talking. But
What part of his body was injured?
What you got shot
What part of his body was injured?
He got shot in the face.
Okay, listen, do you guys have the bleeding under control?
No, ma'am, come on.
Listen, they're already en route. This isn't delaying them, okay? Is there more than one wound?
No, I'm finna hang up. I already hear the police coming.
Okay, listen, I can help you to help them until they get there. Okay, listen, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Do you guys have a clean, dry cloth or a towel? Or can you take your shirt off? That you can apply pressure to the wound until they get there. Do you hear? Hello?
Mr. White, is that 911 call that you just listened to? You call 911 after your friend Pooh was shot in the head?
No, sir, that wasn't even me.
That wasn't you on that 911 call? Did you call 911 for your friend Pooh because you were concerned about him?
I left because I had a firearm on me. I left my phone, so that wasn't me. I was on first offender probation. Got on, ran through the cut. My sister came and picked me up on the side street.
So before the cops got there, you ran away because you were on first offender probation when this happened?
Yes,
Did you have to call your sister to have her come pick you up?
yes.
How close was Pooh to you when he got shot?
Probably about 10 feet away from me.
You were inside a car when Pooh got shot, right?
I guess.
And Pooh was sitting in the passenger seat, right?
Hey man, I don't like you holding me against my will. Like I don't even supposed to be here. Like what do this got to do with me?
Mr. White, I'm just asking you questions.
But this ain't got nothing to do with me.
How long did it take your sister to come pick you up after Pooh got shot?
Excuse me, sir. I'm ready to go back to prison, man. You feel me? This ain't got nothing to do with me, man. You feel me? I served time on my own bed.
So you're a witness.
I'm not no witness. Y'all brought me here. We're forced to be here.
I'm showing the defense counsel what's marked as 4 Bravo Bravo. Mr. White, sir, I'm showing you 4 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize the person in 4 Bravo Bravo?
I seen him one time.
When you saw him, what was his name?
Whatever you saying it is.
That's Pooh, correct?
Shit, I don't know. I seen him one time.
But you saw him, that was the person you knew was Pooh. Is that fair to say?
It's been a long time ago.
Does that look like Pooh? Mr. White?
You got a half a head. How should I know?
Before he was shot, when he was sitting in the passenger seat with you on April 12, 2015, did he have his full head? When you saw Pooh before you called your sister, did Pooh have all of his head, like you and me have sitting here, standing here today?
I don't know.
That one time you saw Pooh, he didn't have half his head missing, did he?
I don't know.
So you don't recognize the person in that photo?
I don't even know him. You keep like, why is I'm here? I keep telling you that.
Now, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as I'm showing the defense counsel 3 Bravo Bravo and 527. All right, Mr. White, I got a photo I'm going to show you. 7 Bravo Bravo. Now, Mr. White, do you recognize the person as 7 Bravo Bravo?
And me,
Okay. Do you have more or less hair than you have today?
I have less hair because I'm in prison.
Now, is that a fair and accurate depiction of how you looked before going to prison?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, this time the state moves for tender into evidence, states exhibit 7 Bravo Bravo.
Any objection states 7 Bravo Bravo. Hearing no objection, states 7 Bravo Bravo is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Published in states exhibit 7 Bravo Bravo. Now, Mr. White, I know I asked you this earlier, but I'll put it this way, how old were you on April back in 2015? And we can do the math together. I'm trying to calculate it myself. How old are you today? It's April 2024 now.
27.
Okay. So in April of 2015, how old would you have been? So it would have been, is it fair to say 2015 to 2024 is 9 years?
Yes.
You're 27 now, so 27 minus 9 would be 18, if my math's right.
Yeah.
Now, in this photo on the screen, as you said, that's you. How old would you guess you were in this photo?
18, 17.
And so that's the age you were when you got shot and called your sister?
Yeah.
Now, thank you, Mr. White. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize the person in 3 Bravo Bravo?
Yeah, I know him.
Who is that?
Someone I went to school with in Lakewood.
What'd you call
Mario.
him? Did you ever call him Neil?
You go by different name.
Is his first name Cornelius?
I don't know. He older than me.
Have you heard people call him Neil?
Yeah.
And is that, Your Honor, at this time the state moves to tender evidence, states exhibit 5. Help me out, Mr. White. 3 Bravo Bravo.
Any objection states 3 Bravo Bravo. All right, 3 Bravo Bravo is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 3 Bravo Bravo. Now, Mr. White, back in 2015, Neil wouldn't have looked, he looks older in this photo than he did in 2015, right? Is that fair to say?
I guess.
And Neil is Pooh's cousin, right?
I guess. Yeah, we had with him.
And when Pooh got shot, Neil was driving, right? And Pooh was in the passenger seat. And now, I'm gonna show you another photograph. I'm gonna show you 2. States exhibit 5 Bravo Bravo and 6 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize any of those photographs? Mr. White,
What do these dudes got to do with me?
were they,
Like, what the fuck?
do you recognize them? Mr. White?
This ain't got nothing to do with me, man.
I understand that, Mr. White. I'm just asking if you recognize them.
And then this ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna keep telling you that.
I understand that, Mr. White.
You ain't understanding me.
Do you recognize the gentleman who was before you in this photograph?
What do these dudes got to do with D'Angelo White? It ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mr. White, I'm just asking you, do you recognize the people in the photograph?
What do these dudes got to do with me?
Mr. White, I'm just asking if you recognize them. It's just a simple question, Mr. White.
What do they got to do with me?
Do you recognize them, sir?
Objection, ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, can I ask the court's permission to instruct the witness to answer the question?
You may. Answer the question, sir, if you're able.
What do they got to do with me?
Answer the question if you are able.
I'm ready to go back to prison.
Mr. White, just a yes or no, do you recognize the people in the photograph before you?
I'm ready to go back to prison.
Mr. White, when Lieutenant Baker and I met you in prison, we showed you those photographs, you recognized them, is that correct?
What do that got to do with me?
Mr. White, I just want to ask you, yes or no, do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Do you recognize them?
I recognize them because you told me who they were, isn't that correct?
I don't even know them.
Basis.
The propounders testifying.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Mr. White, when Lieutenant Baker and I showed you those two photographs, you recognize them as people who were in the car that Neil was driving and who got shot. Isn't that correct?
You trying to make me recognize them.
I'm not trying to make you anything, Mr. White, but you're not answering my question. I'm just asking you, do you recognize them?
I'm just trying to do my time and go home. I'm trying to go back to prison.
I understand that,
No,
sir.
you're not understanding me.
Mr. White, just yes or no, do you recognize the people in that photograph?
I ain't got to answer nothing.
I just asked you a question, Mr. White.
I'm ready to go back to prison.
I gotta ask you some more questions before that, Mr. White, all right? So, Mr. White, so on April 12th, 2015, Neil picked you up in a blue Ford Escape, isn't that correct?
I don't know.
Who was in the driver's seat, right? Mr. White? Mr. White, do you remember having a phone conversation with Atlanta Police Department detectives on July 13th, 2015?
Oh, I don't need Poe to be here. Keep telling you that.
So, did you ever have a conversation with Detective Dennis on July 13th, 2015 about what happened to your friend Cooper?
No, it's not my friend. You gonna keep making the man be my friend?
But did someone named Cooper get shot?
You keep trying to make the man be my friend.
So,
He your friend?
Mr. White, you don't remember, do you remember anything of what, do you remember having a conversation with Detective Dennis?
No.
Okay.
Don't Poe to be here. I'm gonna keep telling you that. I got my own crime, my own time I'm doing. It don't have nothing to do with me.
Now, Mr. White, do you remember telling Detective Dennis on July 13th, 2015 that Pooh was your partner?
It's not my partner, man. I don't even know him.
I'm just asking you.
You keep trying to make the man be my partner, man. It's not my partner.
I'm asking you what you said, Mr. White.
It's not my partner. It's not my partner. It's not my partner.
Now, Do you recall Detective Dennis asking you what happened when you got shot on July 13th, 2015?
Oh, why don't you ask them folk who you know?
Do you remember responding to Detective Dennis? It was me, my partner's cousin, the one who got shot. And there was 5 of us in the car. But we was coming up the gas station at Sicko on Jonesboro Road, and the car behind us, the car was in front of us. We was driving like my partner was driving, like he was driving how he normally drives, because he was in our hood, know what I'm saying. You recall telling Detective Dennis that on July 13th, 2015?
No,
Do you recall Detective Dennis asking you, was he driving fast? They felt like he was driving fast or something?
I don't supposed to be here. Why you keep, what do you not understand? What did y'all not understand?
Do you recall Mr. Wright responding, that's how he felt, but we're not going anything but like 40? You know what I'm saying? Do you remember that, Mr. White?
I'm trying to go back to prison. Do you know what I'm saying?
I understand that, sir. Now, do you recall, Mr. Wright, do you recognize anyone in this courtroom here today?
No,
Have you ever seen anyone in the courtroom before or ever know them?
no,
Now, Ms. White, do you recall telling Detective Dennis on July 13, 2015, you said, I'll ask you this, Ms. White, have you ever heard of someone that goes by the name of Young Thug?
the world know him. He's a rapper.
Okay. Now, did you ever know him from Cleveland Avenue area?
No,
Do you recall telling Detective Dennis, the rapper Young Thug?
what the fuck? I ain't telling him. What the hell you talking about, man?
Do you recall telling Detective Dennis, all right, the rapper Young Thug, he is kin to the man who was in front of us. So I guess he thought we were pushing up on him, like trying to either rob him or do something to him or set him up. I know we don't even know who's in front of us. We're just driving.
I don't even, how you gonna make me know him? I know him because you feel me. He's a rapper, yeah. You gonna make me know him? I don't even feel me. You don't know me?
Is he in the courtroom here today?
Of course.
And Mr. White, do you recall saying we got to the Sicko gas station on Jonesboro Road at the cemetery, and that is where they go at too. The rapper's cousin, Young Thug's partner, will be with him.
Man, what are you talking about?
Now, is there a cemetery on Jonesboro Road?
I don't know.
Now, do you recall Detective Dennis asking what's his name? And you said, I don't know his name. And then Detective Dennis asked you what is his nickname, and you said Bentley. Do you recall that?
I don't know him.
Have you ever heard of an OG Bentley?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Dennis, so I guess he felt like that everybody know on his Instagram name, OG Bentley. So he felt like everybody know OG Bentley, he'd be having some money on him, you know what I'm saying? Do you recall that? Do you recall Detective Dennis asking you to describe him? What did he look like? And you responded, he's kind of big and light-skinned.
What do this got to do with me? You asking me all type of relevant questions that ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't shooting nobody. I ain't rock nobody, man. You feel me? This ain't got nothing to do with me. I shouldn't be here.
Ms. White, do you recall?
I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here.
Do you recall?
I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here.
Do you recall
I
Detective?
shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here.
Do you recall Detective?
I'm ready to go back to
when you
prison.
say big, like tall?
I'm ready to go back to prison.
Do you recall when Detective asked you, when you say big, like tall or fat, you said he's a little bit chubby. He ain't fat, but he's chubby. And
Could you speak in the microphone so we can hear you?
yes, Your Honor. Am I not speaking loud enough? My apologies. Mr. White, do you recall Detective Dennis asked you what kind of car were they driving? What kind of car does he drive? And you responded that he had different cars, but the one he was driving was a Pontiac G6 Silver. Do you recall that?
Man, that ain't got nothing to do with me. What are you talking about?
Mr. White, do you recall telling
This is not my case. This is not my case. Why is I'm here? This is not my case, man.
Detective Dennis asked you what kind of car do you usually see him in, And you said that's the only car I've seen it, because I haven't seen it recently, I ain't seen it recently, you know what I'm saying? And Tech Dennis asked you, I got you, so the guys,
Must have been your car.
now, Mr. White, do you recall Tech Dennis asked you, so you guys are driving on their tail and pull into the gas station, and you say you pulled into the gas station, and he asked you, did you pull up next to each other, behind each other, or what? And do you recall that?
This ain't got nothing to do with me, man. I don't recall nothing. All I recall is going back to prison and doing my 3 years on my 10-year bid and go home.
Now, Mr. White, if you recall responding to that, we didn't pull, he was on one side of the pump, he was on the other side of the pump. It was him, he had some girl driving, and it was 2 kids in the backseat and a car seat. It was one other dude who was with him, both of them walked into the store. Do you recall that? Mr. White?
No.
Do you recall following up with your partner who got out of the store, was driving, fixing to go in the store, girl approached and was like, why was you all driving so fast? And my partner was like, he wasn't driving fast, and that's how he normally drives, 40 miles per hour. So OG Bentley came and OG's Bentley's partner. Do you recall that?
Listen, I don't supposed to be here. I don't recall none of that. All I recall is going back to prison.
Mr. Atkins, we need to take a comfort break, so
Yeah, sure.
let's take 10 minutes and then see where the day leads us to that point, okay? All right, we're in recess.
All right, our jury has left us. We can recess, Mr. Lewis.
Recess. All right, our witness has left us. I'm just curious as to time, that's all, because it's about 4:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
How much more do you have with this witness?
Your Honor, I probably have to lay the proper foundation for impeachment about an hour. Because
Okay.
there's two, so that's the state's
All right,
estimate.
okay,
That's the
all right.
issue.
Okay, let me do this. Let's, when jury comes back, we're gonna recess for the day, and we'll come back tomorrow morning, pick up where we left off, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, is there anything I need to take up with you before we leave for the day? That we haven't taken up already?
Not something happening this week.
Okay, all right. We're gonna be in recess 10 minutes. We'll come back and then we'll recess. All right, all rise. You know, don't come back till next week, okay? We only in small doses, Mr. Botts, okay?
Keep your day job, tip your waitress,
Yeah,
right?
you're welcome every day, sir. You know that. Yes.
I just want to make sure I've made my objection. I've moved for severance. You have been kind enough to give me a continuing objection. I want to make sure that when you say to us, any objection to states, 42 BB or whatever it might be, that my continuing objection to this evidence coming in with regard to Mr. Nichols, number one, at all, and number two, without a 105 objection is preserved. I know you've said it before.
It's preserved, sir. I'll give you, I will make that a continuing objection.
Thank you.
Because I've denied your motion for mistrial and the
Yes.
105 instruction.
Yes.
Okay. Unless there's anything else, counsel, I will have you all come back tomorrow morning at 9:30, but I'll just go ahead and excuse the jury in just a second, okay? All right. Let's summon our jurors, please. We'll also bring, Mr. White back tomorrow morning for 9:30. Okay, yes. All right. Thank you, Sir Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the natural stopping point, members of the jury, for today. The hour being almost 5 o'clock or 10 minutes of 5. So I'm going to go ahead and then release you all for the evening. I've excused our witness for the time being. He'll be back tomorrow morning. And so you'll need to be here please arrive before 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. All right? Do you have any ministerial inquiry made at this point? Okay, let's go through your ad nauseum admonitions. Remember, leave your notepads in the basket in the back. Please do not discuss anything that you have heard as you are sitting back there or as you're walking in small groups, ones and twos, or when you get home or you're on any other means of conveyance. Remember, it would be a violation of the court's admonitions for you to talk about what you've heard in this case. It would also be a violation thus far if any third party or anybody tries to talk with you or in your presence or hearing about this case. If somebody should do so, Sergeant Ingram and myself need to know immediately. Please also do not listen to any news accounts, blogs, or websites that may chronicle these proceedings. Again, that would be inconsistent with the court's admonitions to you. And also don't go by and visit the scenes that may be depicted or you may have been shown. And please do not recap any testimony, handicap any witnesses, meaning talk about them as you sit back there waiting on us or at any point in time until such time as the court properly instructs you on how you to consider this case. So, and ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for your patience with all of us and the patience that you'll continue to show to us as the case is being presented. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other inquiry, we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30, and we'll get started shortly thereafter, okay? All right, all rise. Can you call, yeah, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, councils, unless you all have anything or any other business you need to take up with me, I will see you tomorrow morning for 9. Please arrive before 9:30. Once all of you and our jurors are present, we'll get started sometime between 9:30 and 10 a.m. Okay? All right, we're in recess. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.